Hello everybody and welcome to the 2024 Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival. I'm International Master Lawrence Trent and I'm delighted to be back in Sitges, just a few kilometers away from the great city of Barcelona, and I'm going to be presenting this year's tournament for you. Today I'm on my own. I will be joined by some lovely guests as the tournament goes on. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. I've been to Sitges many times before, but as a player, this is the first time I'm actually commentating on the event, so a bit different. However, the event looks like it's going to be a cracker once again, with some of the best players in the world, some top grandmasters, and an incredible representation actually from so many countries, from the Faroe Islands to Chile. It's really an international tournament, and it's going to be a great couple of weeks. The first round is today. The first round has already begun. It's a classical tournament, so standard time control, hour and a half and so on. And in the first round, as you can always imagine, there are always a few technical things that we have to sort out. So tomorrow we're going to have a slightly more polished setup. But for today, you can see there a snapshot and an overhead camera of the playing hall. You can see a lot of the flags there, just an assortment of how many different nations are represented. And we've got some top class grandmasters as well to show you guys. And what I do remember from this particular tournament is that there is a large contingent of young Indian players. And it's a very special day, of course, for the country of India, because we saw earlier today that Gukesh has become the youngest ever world champion at the tender age of 18, smashing all the records set by Gary, Magnus, whoever else. After defeating Ding in what was actually a theoretically drawn position, Ding made a huge blunder. Gukesh is now world champion. And a lot of his compatriots and a lot of people that will be idolizing him and looking up to him as their role model will be playing in this tournament. Don't be surprised if we get some major upsets along the way. Let's talk a little then about the top players playing. Well, the top seed in the tournament is the extremely talented and creative grandmaster Kirill Alexienko. Now playing under the flag of Austria. Kirill, many of you will remember, qualified for the candidates and had a shot at actually qualifying for the World Championship title. He's top seed, and below him is the legendary Vasil Ivanchuk. Ivanchuk, as many of you will know, has been a top player for 30, 40 years. It's great to have Ivanchuk here. We have Jules Moussa, the talented Frenchman, also in the mix. And then we have some more talented players. We have Ting Ching Zhao and another very talented Frenchman from the island of Corsica, Marc-Andrea Marizzi. Marc-Andrea I met when he was in sort of 2250, 2300 strength, or was already extremely strong. Played in Corsica a couple of times. Marc-Andrea normally did very well in that tournament. Doesn't surprise me that he's now just shy of 2600. We have Li Di from China as well, Gavrilesco, we have Ido Gorstein, and we have many, many more grandmasters here. So it's a really interesting field, and the games have kicked off. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through them one by one. Now, we do have a slight delay today, but that's what we're going to work with. So don't worry too much about the positions that you see via the camera. It's the positions on the board that I'm going to be analyzing. And the first game we're going to be looking at is board one. It's Sebastian Laidorf against Kirill Alexienko. Now you can see there the rating disparity. Sebastian Laidorf rated 2063, Alexienko 2673. So a 600 plus rating difference. Of course, Alexienko, big favorite. However, we'll see, and it always happens in these big opens, that there's often a draw or even maybe an upset win in the first round, depending on who's playing. And the reason for that, of course, is that nowadays, let's say players in this region of 1900 to 2200 have got access to all of these wonderful tools and able to buy courses and lots of other material, so that the difference in the opening stage of the game is not as great. So what's going on in this position? Well, we can go back to the start, in fact. We had an English opening, I believe. So Sebastian playing the English. Okay, c4, e5, pretty standard. Anna Fianchetto, d6, bishop g2. And now they move bishop e7. So Alexienko playing a slightly offbeat line, but his idea is that he wants to be able to play the move f5. So he doesn't commit the knight to f6. Instead, he waits so that he can play what is effectively a reversed big clamp. That's the name of it, actually. It's a reversed big clamp. Of course, when you're black against a lower rated player, what you want to do is you want to make things as as unbalanced and dynamic as possible. You don't want to go down a dry line that as black you might play against somebody nearer your rating range. Alexienko has got absolutely no other desire today than to win. I mean, not winning today is a disaster for Alexienko. So he plays something a bit more offbeat. So he plays the move f5, pawn to d3, fairly standard. The knight comes to f6. And now Sebastian plays the move e4. So he sets up what's called a Botvinnik structure. This is a very provocative move. A much more standard move here probably would just be to get the knight out. Totally fine. But you can play the move e4. This move is fine. Alexienko now plays c6. So he plays in true big clamp style. This is the way you would play with colors reversed. Knight g2, castles. White going to castle here. I think there's a very good chance that white castles here. No major talking points at the moment because nothing bad has happened. There's been no major errors by white. However, I think Alexienko will be quite happy about how the position has developed out of the opening because there's lots of pawn breaks, there's lots of things he can do. So Alexienko going to be very, very happy there. Moving on to board 2. Now, I noticed that there is no Vasil Ivanchuk today. So we're going to go to Jules Moussa. Before we do that, though, before we actually go to Jules Moussa, I do believe we've got a very special guest who's going to help me. And then we're going to get stuck into the games. Don't worry, everybody. We're just at the very beginning, opening stage. So we're not missing out on anything crucial. We'll be right back in just a few minutes when we'll be looking at the games from round 1. So don't go anywhere. Hello everybody and welcome back. I'm delighted to be joined by the one and only Alexander Donchenko, who is not playing the tournament. If he were playing the tournament, he might even be close to top seed. But you're not playing. Alexander, thanks for joining me. Tell us, why aren't you playing? Why are you here?
Well, first of all, why I'm not playing. Also, I'm happy to be here, first of all, even though I'm not playing. I just finished playing 2 tournaments in the US where I played several double rounds, and if I played this one, I'd be spending basically 0 days at home and going straight on to New York after that for the World Rapid and Blitz.
Okay.
So this is kind of a mini vacation for me, just going here and relaxing and not playing for a change. So yeah, that's basically the plan.
Okay. Well, yes, the World Rapid and Blitz taking place in New York in just a few days' time. Alexander will be there, as I do believe will Mr. Gukesh, the new world champion, I believe, is going to be going as well. So that should be exciting. Although I think in Rapid and Blitz he's a huge underdog.
I don't know about his Rapid and Blitz skills. He is not very renowned for them, but of course he might still do well since he's just on such a high right now.
Right.
So.
Riding the wave of confidence. Well, I'm glad you could be here, even though you're on holiday, Alexander, to help me dissect a few of these games, even if you're here just for a few minutes. I've already done the introduction. Obviously, some very well-known grandmasters all are playing here. Some young, exciting players as well. We're going on to board 2 now, and this is the game between Jules Moussard and Arman Sarkissian. And we're just going to go from the top here. Well, we've got a Queen's Gambit declined, very classical orthodox structure, and an early trade on d5, and bishop g5, bishop e7, some kind of Tartakova variation, which has been played.
Yeah, it's basically the very, very standard setup for black so far.
It's actually, you don't see it that much position, maybe because there's some wrinkles earlier on. I don't think black tends to allow this setup for white, where the bishop is on d3, the black bishop on c8 hasn't got a place to go yet. And there's also some early knight e4s that you see a lot.
I think there are just many ways to play this. First of all, with or without h6.
Yep.
And there are also the, let's say, true professionals who play the bishop f5 line with where white gives black the double pawns on f6, f7. This position has also been played. In fact, I played it a week ago with white and messed up the opening quite badly and had to take a quick draw. So it has its own ideas for black, but it's usually not a very forcing line. So black usually plays it to get a game, not to kill the game out of the opening.
Interesting. Well, we're not going to get the double pawns here. We have a very standard line. Jules develops his knight to e2, which is the normal way in these systems, because you want to potentially at some point think about f3 and e4. So c6, castles, and black does go for a quick knight e4, which we see a lot. Jules took on e7, this looks pretty standard, and now he takes on e4 with the bishop, which also looks correct, and d takes e4 is on the board. Now, I feel as though that knight e4 jump feels premature to me.
That's because you have the engine running.
No, it's not even because I have the engine running, it's just... from experience, this feels premature.
It is not the best version, and it's easy to see it by comparison. If you, instead of, let's say, short castle...
for white, you mean?
Yeah, for white. Here, h3, for example, is also a move. Just put h3 on the board. Knight bd7.
Yes.
And short castle. This is a, let's say, more common position where black can go knight e4. And if you take on e7, queen e7, bishop e4, de, this is basically the position from the game, but the point is black gets the knight to f6, he can avoid playing f5 and is much more solid in general.
Yeah, I think that's the major difference, isn't it? Because in the game, what we see is, with this knight e4, as you said, after now, if white plays the move knight g3, which is the move we're expecting from Jules, you force black to protect the pawn on e4 with f5, and black has created a number of weaknesses. How you proceed after that is not completely clear. I think white has got a few ideas here.
My first instinct would be to play probably for b4, b5 in a way. I'm not sure how. Rook b1 feels slow, but maybe just a3, honestly. It doesn't really matter. I think most moves are pretty good for white, and he also often has the idea to play d5. Of course, this is an idea even with the knight on d7 or f6, and if black has played f5, it probably is even stronger because the black king is getting weaker.
Indeed. Okay, well, Jules, I believe, has not played knight g3 yet, but looks like a promising opening there for him. Moving on, we're going to move to board 3 now. We've got William Pecci. Don't know who William Pecci is, playing white against Jingyao Tin from Singapore. Or Ting Jingyao, which I think is probably the correct way to...
More likely to be Tin Jingyao, but honestly, I'm not 100%
because
on this
I think
either.
In Singapore, there's a lot of Chinese influence or descendants of people from the mainland, so pretty sure it's going to be Tin Jingyao. Do you know much about him as a player?
I could say I wish I'd known more about him before I played against him a couple months ago in an open. He actually had me on the ropes some parts of the game, and in the end it was a draw.
Right.
But he's a very promising player. I think he had quite a good run at the World Cup last year. He made the 4th round or something, knocking out Mamedyarov, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
So definitely a young, promising player.
Well, let's go to the top. We're going to do this with a few of the boards today, and then probably we'll just join the games midway where they are. We have a King's Pawn opening, a Spanish, and an exchange Spanish. Now, we don't see this all too often nowadays. It's interesting. D6 castles, and the move Queen F6, which is, in this position here, Alexander, as you know... Oh, that's my... excuse me, that's my microphone falling out. Apologies for that. Hopefully I'm still audible. I'll put that on here for the moment. Lots and lots of options here for black. Loads, actually. There are probably about 6 or 7 moves here, I would guess.
Yes, I think the bigger problem is to find one that, in this context, cannot be cannot be sucked completely dry out of the opening.
Correct. So a move like Bishop G4, which is a classic old line, if white really knows what he's doing, he can probably even force a very dry position.
The usual line there is actually I think H3, H5, C3.
Yes.
And some Queen D3. Is that how it goes?
Yeah, that's an old line.
I think it's just a line that more or less forces black to try and take a draw. Or am I mixing something up? I might be mixing something up, no?
You could be mixing something up. I can't remember because I haven't looked at this line for ages. But H3, H5 is a well-known line. The point being that if you take the bishop, you then take back, you are hitting the knight. So even though you're a piece down, the point is the white knight can't take here on account of Queen H4. And you're going to be mating because after F3, the very important G3 cutting out the escape square. So there are many moves here. Now the move that Tin Jingyao played is Queen F6. I quite like this move. I think it's totally fine. It looks a bit odd to bring the queen out, but the idea is that some Bishop G4s are going to be very useful sometimes. And also, after the move D4, which is a move you can take, and if white goes Bishop G5, you can actually fling the queen over to D6. I remember seeing Fabiano play this.
Is this not the game?
Oh, is this the game? It could be the game. Let's have a look. It is the game. There you go. Spot on. And yeah, knight takes D4 and Bishop D7. And this is really a way for black to play for a win against a lower rated player. You've got the two bishops. You're going to try and castle queenside really fast. And, well, the position can get quite hairy quite quickly. White played knight c3, totally natural, and knight e7. Looks totally fine. And knight to f5, wowzers. Now that's an unexpected move. Now it could be book.
It's unlikely though, right?
Unlikely.
You wouldn't spend a lot of time on this, and besides it looks like you're getting a Berlin structure where you're down a pawn. I mean, for something, but it's still a Berlin structure. Yeah?
So something like, so I think it's black to move now. So something like queen takes queen looks pretty forced to me. I mean, maybe it's not. Maybe you can play knight takes f5 here, but it feels intuitively correct to trade the queens off. And after rook a d1, there is a pawn to be won here, but it's maybe not straightforward, because if I take and take, rook fe1 check looks dangerous, but after bishop e6, the line kind of ends there. And that's a pawn. That's just a pawn, right?
Yeah, it's of course white will have some compensation here, but in general there's no need for such extreme measures like knight f5. Yeah,
yeah, so knight f5 I think we can say is probably a bit too ambitious from white's side. It doesn't feel right either to play this move. Lots of other moves in this position exist, but knight f5 is not one of them. So I think that's a good place for Tin Qingdiao. On board 4, we have Marc-Andrea Marizzi. Marc-Andrea, what do you know about this young grandmaster?
I've played him many times by now, most recently in Biel. And
wow.
The first time I played him, I think he was about 10 years old.
Yes.
But he is, I think, the most famous chess player from Corsica.
That's right.
And I'm not sure if he has any big successes in the recent months, but he's been steadily climbing towards 2600. I think he might have even crossed it already. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's 17, something like this.
I think he's maybe 17 or 18, I would guess.
Yeah, but in any case, still young enough to be considered a prodigy, and
yes.
I think he's might be well on his way to even higher spheres.
Yes, totally agreed. He's a very, very handy little player, and I got beaten up by him quite considerably over in Corsica. So he can play some chess. He's got shorter hair. I remember he had this big curly hair, but he's cut his hair.
Yeah.
You know, he's getting older, so...
A whole different person now, yeah?
Yeah. And he's playing against Shahar Rivlin, who is an Israeli player. And he, I don't know Shahar, but rated 2057. We have a Sicilian with a g6, so trying to get a dragon. But Marc-Andrea says, no thank you, I'm going to take on d4 with the queen. And after knight f6, play e5. Now this is some clever move order trickery here from Marc-Andrea. And probably Rivlin is already feeling a bit annoyed about things, because you're already under pressure here. He played knight c6, the bishop came to b5, totally standard, and he did take on e5. There was a trade on d8, and bishop to d2. Now, that is not the first move.
It is probably a good move, though, or at least good enough to preserve initiative. Here again, I usually, when I find myself in an unfamiliar position, and I'm not sure how to evaluate it, I like to compare it to something I know. And here again, we can go back and look at a slightly different line. That is, try move 2 d6 and then d4 for white. CD, queen takes d4. Knight f6. Mm-hmm. And for example here, knight c. No, actually e5. E5 is the line. Yes. Mm-hmm. Knight c6. Here, queen a4 is a more modern move, but bishop b5 exists. And in this context, black can go queen a5 and take on b5 by force, because all of these endgames with d takes e aren't really too great. And this line is actually pretty good for black. But this one tempo makes the difference that black cannot avoid taking on e5, and then he gets this a weak pawn on c6, and we get basically what we get in the game. And I think this tempo is very significant here.
Correct. Totally agree with you. Yeah, the extra tempo, the fact that white's got his knight on c3 here, meaning all of these queen a5 check lines don't work, is massive. And yeah, this move bishop d2 is very curious. Of course, the first move that comes to mind here is just to wallop that knight and then recapture your pawn, because you're hitting 2 pawns. But actually, after move king e8, this pawn on c6 is actually immune on account of bishop b7, and black gets the pawn back and is doing more than fine. So that's why Marc-Andrea decided to play the move bishop d2 to preserve the initiative, as Alexander said. And I believe this is the position we have got to. So
there's also a high chance he just still knows that bishop d2 is a good move, because he has 133 on the clock.
Right, and we do have another move actually, the move king c7 here by Rivlin. The machine hated it, the white bar there indicating the evaluation. And that's probably because in this position white can take on c6 and take on e5. Now you really are hitting f7, and if you, let's say, protect it with bishop e6, I guess Marc-Andrea will either castle or put the bishop on f4, I'm not really sure. Probably just castles here.
Yeah, the biggest issue for black is that his king will never be safe. It may not look like much in an endgame, but here the c3 knight or the e5 knight, they're coming to c5 or b4 even, and it's very hard to find a safe spot for the king. Bishop f4 is always in the air. Right now it didn't work because of knight h5, I believe, but it is always an idea to consider.
Very unpleasant position for black. White has got harmony with the pieces, better structure. The sort of opening that you want to get is in the first round of these tournaments. We're going to move on to the next board. Lidi against playing black against Stéphane Legrand. And again, don't know much about the white player. Don't know much about Lidi actually. What do you know about him?
That's a very good question.
Is he your age? He looks like he's probably around your age.
Honestly, I have the feeling that I played him somewhere, but I have played so many tournaments that I couldn't exactly tell you where.
You've forgotten who you've played.
I've forgotten because I play like 150 games a year, so I can't remember all of them. I know that he has been playing quite a few tournaments that I've played as well. Mm-hmm. So since I try to play the best tournaments that are available to me, I assume that means he has some experience playing high-level events, and we'll see how he does here.
Indeed, and we've got a position. We're just going to take the position straight away rather than going.
We know it was a kind of Grunfeld.
It was a Grunfeld, yeah. It was a Grunfeld of sorts, probably a Fianchetto Grunfeld, and we have a position here which looks very, very comfortable for black. The knight is on a5. It's going to come to c4. This bishop is very poorly placed. The black bishop is exerting its normal pressure here. The white rook is kind of pinned down to the defense of this pawn in some variations. Looks like the sort of Grunfeld as white that you really don't want to get. This is kind of the worst version. I think black's better here. Would you agree?
I'm not sure if he's better already, but the biggest advantage for black is that even if he isn't better and white manages to trade down even more pieces, the structure will not disappear. It will still stay asymmetrical, and with the 2v1, let's say after some CD, the 2v1 on the queen side always gives him potential to play. I think this is more important because in general, if white doesn't do anything catastrophic, he won't be worse after the opening. Mm-hmm. But there's still potential to play here, which is the important thing when you're trying to win a game in round one.
Couldn't agree more. I think Black has got good prospects there. We move on to another Grandmaster now that is playing, who I don't know well at all, David Gavrilescu. What do you know about him?
I think he's, I'm not sure if very young still applies, but he's around, 18, 19?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And I generally see him in some European championships, or usually I see him playing higher rated players, and he does very well because he's playing very solidly, not losing a lot of games. Mm-hmm. And I think that's also how he got to, let's say, already a pretty solid Grandmaster level. I don't think I've ever played against him, but it's probably only a matter of time. The way he's also rising through the ranks.
Indeed, well, we have a position which has resulted from, I have to say, can't see exactly. Don't have the moves here just yet, so we're just going to look at the position. Doesn't really matter.
I can tell you the moves. It was a queen b4 Sicilian where white went queen e3. Knight c6.
Okay, yes, the old queen e3. This is getting popular. Mickey played that the other day as well, when I was commentating over at the London Chess Classic. Knight d6 just played by Lewis Merkel. Again, Lewis Merkel, I have no idea. Actually, he's German. Maybe you know who he is.
I'm sorry. No, I know a lot of people, but it's hard for me to know everyone, especially if they haven't played at the top level yet. So. Yeah.
Makes total sense. You only hang out with grandmasters. We get.
That sounded way more elitist than it should be.
Yeah, how dare you?
But I mean, if you see the same people at the same events all the time, then yes.
Yes. Well, he's just played the move knight d6, and his position is not too bad as black. It's all right. He's active. He's got some, some points to pressure. For example, after takes, queen takes, is the f4 pawn just a little bit tender here? Looks like it is.
I would. It wouldn't bother me so much if I'm better with white here or not, but the position just doesn't have any sort of control.
Yes.
He played a pawn sacrifice. Gavrilescu. He played this the e5 and knight g5. He played it very quickly, so I assume he still knew that one, that it's a good move. But here, of course, he's the much stronger player. He will probably find a way to win the game. But I generally wouldn't like to have this with white because I am forced to make critical decisions, and I can't just play certain moves by hand and hope that those will be better than my opponents. Here, every move will probably matter quite a lot.
Yeah, I think that's an important point that you mentioned there, because in the first round of an Open, you've played plenty of Opens, and you've played, events like... Have you actually played here in Sitges before?
I played here, I believe, in 2019, if I'm not mistaken.
So just before COVID.
Right? Yeah, should be.
There is I think you have to be very smart in the first round, not just first round, maybe first 3 rounds as one of the top grandmasters. It's very easy to drop points if you're a bit sloppy, especially with the black pieces. You allow one of these guys to go down his favorite lines, and before you know it, you've got no chances, and people are good enough nowadays to take half points off you.
Yeah, there's also the... you should also consider that if you are playing the first round of an Open, but your opponent might be playing the first Grandmaster ever in a classical game, right, or one of the highest rated players he's ever faced. So he will be motivated up to his ears to do his absolute best. Absolutely
valid point there, yeah. And so we often see casualties in the first round of Opens, either draws being dropped or even sometimes losses. Not even sometimes, it's quite often actually nowadays. I think there's a big difference between nowadays and maybe 25, 30 years ago. You didn't really see it that much. In the first round of an Open, if a Grandmaster rated 2550 was playing a 2000 player, you really just, that Grandmaster just did win 98% of the time, and now it's just not like that at all. Now guys are just taking draws, and things are more difficult. So you've got to be very selective with how you play, and I totally agree with Alexander. I really dislike Gavrilescu's general strategy. I also agree with Alexander that, you know, he'll probably find a way to win, because that's what Grandmasters do. But why are we in this position here with White in round one? Why are we having to calculate and make things, you know, make our lives difficult? It's not the way I would play, not at all. And you can see there the player playing with black. Look, that's that must be Lewis Merkel. Very, very focused and involved in the game. So wouldn't surprise me at all if we see an upset, for example, in that one. We move on to another Grandmaster that I actually know almost nothing about, Ido Gorstin. What do you know about Ido Gorstin?
I actually know nothing about him personally as well. I just saw him recently at the European Championship, and he was one of many relatively new young Israeli players who are up and coming with 2,500. But I haven't seen him in many other events yet, so I can't say much. But from my experience, they're usually very well prepared, as is probably the case here as well, judging by the time. But apart from that, I haven't had much experience with him.
Yeah, I don't know much about him either. I think that's him there in the champion sweater on camera right now. The position, he's playing black against, again, another 2000 relative player, Johan Fondrat. Looks more like the sort of position I'd like to have with black in the first round.
I know where this came from, this position, and he played very accurately and quickly throughout. It was an advanced Caro-Kann with h4 in bishop d3.
Right.
And White did not play the most critical line, so I just know that the position of about 2 moves ago is like minus 0.3 because I analyzed it still. So.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Even up to here?
No, not up to here, no. But a couple moves ago, when I know that Rook d8 is the best move and it's already an edge for black.
Right.
And then you usually play with c5, and it's going to be quite unpleasant.
And we have this position here, which, as you said, Alexander. For the moment, White is pawn up, but the pawn on c5 is dropping. Next move, for example, after queen e2, you can take on c5. I don't know which piece is correct to take on c5, but...
It probably doesn't matter too much, but White has basically not achieved what he's aiming to do in this line, which is use the g5 square aggressively, because he put his bishop on b2, and it will not provide a lot of useful things to his position there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree. I think black is more than comfortable here, and this is where grandmasters tend to show their strength.
This is generally very, very pleasant, because even if White, for example, exchanges all the rooks, or even exchanges all the rooks and the queens, it will still be very, very unpleasant. Yeah, for example, even rook takes. Yeah, I mean, this is not legal because a2 is hanging, but
I'm just trying to illustrate a point here. Of course, White would never do this because a2 is hanging. But what Alexander is saying is that an ending like this is still very unpleasant for White, because he's got the fixed pawn on a dark square, which is targetable, and black doesn't really have any legitimate weaknesses.
Yeah, this is why I always consider this line to be slightly risky for White strategically, but it is nevertheless very popular nowadays, because usually you get to play with knight, let's say knight d2, knight b3, and then bishop g5 or knight g5. And if White trades off the dark square bishops, then he usually just has the space advantage left, which can be an asset usually.
Yeah, totally agree. And after that, we have got, and bear with us while we change, obviously we'll get this slightly more tidied up tomorrow. Another grandmaster I know very little about, So that's 4 in a row. Jagadish Siddharth, representing Indonesia, I believe.
Yes, that's Indonesian flag.
What do we know about this young grandmaster?
Honestly, I think I'm sorry if I'm mistaken, but he became grandmaster only recently, as far as I know. I have seen him play a few times, but again, I haven't played against him, and I think he also likes to play the Asian Opens, the UAE and things like this. But I know too little about him to make a qualified judgment here.
I have to say I know absolutely nothing about him, and
it's a sign you're getting old.
I am getting old, Alexander. I'm getting old, and I'm not getting better, which is even worse. I'm getting old and worse. Well, he's a young grandmaster playing here against Jeet Shah. Jeet Shah, no idea anything about Jeet Shah. He has just taken the pawn on a6, though. We've got a kind of Italian game where...
I actually wanted to ask, is this an Italian or was it some really ugly Sicilian?
No, it was an Italian.
Okay.
With this trendy h6 g5, which I myself have played. I played it in a blitz game, though.
I might have played this once.
Yeah, it's a line that it's not for everybody to play like this. There are just some players with black who just wouldn't do this out of principle because it looks so ugly. There are some ideas. Believe it or not, one of the main ideas is not to go g4. You've got it on tap, but the idea is not to go g4 too quickly. The idea is to be able to fianchetto the bishop and sometimes use the fact that the f4 square is now clamped. But in this game, Jagadish was developed a knight, bishop g7, played a5, and now black's next move surprises me. He goes knight b4. It's a very strange move.
I remember I saw the left part of the board when I was passing by after the move knight b4, and just from that, I actually expected the bishop to be on e7, to have this kind of bishop e7 Italian, where I think knight b4 is sometimes a move.
Yeah.
But here, it doesn't really fit into the concept, I believe, of the knight either going to g6 or, well, maybe staying on e7, I don't know. But in any case, black probably plays on the king's side.
Yes. Knight e2, c5, and now you can kick the knight away. Knight here, knight e6. White has managed to get this big space advantage on the queen side thanks to pushing this a pawn up the board, created a number of light squared weaknesses as well. And the truth is that after b takes a6, the position already looks very, very strategically dangerous for black, because if the light squared bishops ever come off the board, I'm just going to say this position just for example, suddenly the square on f5 is a tremendous hole, a big hole, and after knight g3 white could already claim that he's probably winning because it's very difficult to stop knight to f5. So b takes a6 looks completely wrong to me. And in fact, in this position here after knight e2, wouldn't surprise me if just playing a6, c3 and knight c6 might be a better way for black. Although even this looks very, very dubious.
I think it's just not a working strategic concept to play c5 with g5 play.
Yes.
There are some Italian or Ruy Lopez lines where you have this e5, d6, c5 structure, and you usually play some kind of bishop e6 or something similar. But here you just have these extra weaknesses on f5 and h5. If black, for example, could go g5 to g6 here, then probably his position would be more or less fine, even though he lost some time with the knight maneuver. But this way, he's just always going to be settled with the weaknesses. There's nothing to do about it.
Yeah, and a6 has been played. We'll come back to that one, but that looks very, very promising for white. Looks like an Italian gone wrong for black there. moving on, we're going to have a look now at another Grandmaster, believe it or not, I have no idea about, and that is Madi Arimi. Madi Arimi. The name doesn't even sound familiar to me. Does it sound familiar to you?
What's his first name? I'm sorry.
I guess it's Madi, Madi Ghulam Arimi.
Okay, no. I was just making sure because I played against him.
Oh, right.
And in the Dubai Police Open in May.
Right.
And he's, well, I can't judge his play here yet, but against me he played very solidly and made quite an easy draw. And I think he in general, played a lot of solid games in that tournament and did quite okay. But I think he's also, well, 20 at most, probably less. And when I played him, he was still an IM, but I'm happy to see he made his GM title. So, well, we'll also see. But this certainly looks like a fighting position.
Yeah, an interesting position. Lots of imbalances on the table. White has got these god-awful pawns on c3 and c4 and a weak pawn on a2. Black has got the backwards pawn on d6. White has got the two bishops. Black has got some dark square weaknesses. It's not totally straightforward, this position. Like, just if you said to me, you know, is black much better here, I would say I'm absolutely not sure.
It's again, this position comes from one of those lines which you play if you want to force an interesting fighting game. Mm-hmm. You don't really care if it's equal or not. You just want to get it out there. And this was his bishop takes c3, e5, this kind of modern style setup. And here, let's see. I mean, strategically, black is doing fine, yeah? But somehow he managed to get the g8 knight to e5, for example, he'd be better. But how does he get the time to do that?
And what are we actually doing about this pawn on d6? Are we just giving it up?
Usually we're just giving it up, yeah? It's similar to King's Indian positions where you just accept this pawn as a goner sooner or later, and you need to put the pieces on the right squares until then.
The other issue is we'd like to go knight f6, but instead of taking on d6, the move bishop g5 exists. I don't know if it's any good, because there is some trickery here, it seems, with the move knight takes e4, which is not obvious at all, by the way.
Yeah, again, this is what I said. I would probably prefer a safer approach with black, because what if I have this position and knight f6, knight e4 is the only way to play? Yes. It probably isn't, but if it was the only way to obtain a decent position, then I would have to find it. It doesn't matter if my opponent is 2,000 or if he's 2,700. If I don't find it, he will have very straightforward moves to get a good position. But again, if he finds it, then kudos to him. He will probably have a very good chance of getting a fighting game and outplaying your opponent.
Indeed. Now, very quickly, Alexander, the time control here, are you aware of it?
No, I am in fact not aware of it because I have no reason to be. Yes.
Right. Now, I'm trying to work out whether the time control is a straight one. Sure,
I don't know. The people play one game a day. I play 2 games a day with the 1.5 for the game time control. So you should be able to manage if you get a second time control.
I'm gonna get confirmation. No.
No.
Oh no, you're right.
Yeah.
90 minutes for the first, 40 and 30 minutes with 30 seconds. So the games can go on for many, many hours.
Good for you.
Which is great for a commentator, of course. Although I don't know exactly how we're going to make that work today. We'll see. In any case, tricky position there. So we've gone through the first 9. Ball 10. You're going to get bored of this story. Sava Vetochin. No idea. Do you know about this Grandmaster?
I know quite a few players more than you do, apparently.
Yeah, apparently you do.
Because
Oh wow, okay.
at the what's it called, Suns Open.
At Sans, yes.
Yeah, he's already a decent player. He also, I'm not sure how old he is, but he looks like he might be 12. So it's I'm sorry if this is disrespectful or anything, but that was just my impression from Barcelona. But obviously, I'm still a very young player, and I think he might have also made GM after I played against him. So I don't know. As a player, I think he's also more conservative in his approach. He doesn't like to take big risks in general. And I think that this position will also suit him because he is, well, strategically, he has no worries whatsoever, and it's just a matter of can he break through or not.
Yes, Pasikangas. Excuse me for the pronunciation. Pasikangas.
Probably that's how it's pronounced. It's Finnish, no?
Yes, from Finland, who I'm not aware of this player. But as Alexander said, beautiful position here for white, really.
At least optically, yeah. With the King's Indian, you never know, because if the knight on d6 is stable and you do not get a direct attack, then well, what is white going to do? Yeah. Can you just input some moves, for example?
Yeah, of course.
Let's say King h8, Rook dg1, Rook g8, Rook g8, Queen g8, Rook g1, Queen f7. And here you suddenly realize you do not have that much firepower to do any damage here. So, of course, this is not forced, and white can try to keep more pieces on, but
Yes.
There's no direct way to attack, and it's a pleasant edge. You would always take white here, but it's by no means clear if white has a very effective plan.
Agreed. Yeah, it's actually quite solid for black, this position, and as you said, this knight perfectly positioned to keep things stable there came from a King's Indian. Bishop e3, e5, d5 with a5 and g4. This line, which looks...
All right. But why does white take on c5 here? Shouldn't white be almost winning after f5? I know that if white has g4 and black plays f5, usually computers scream that it's gonna be terrible for black.
Well, let's see. Takes and castles. Exactly what said, and takes.
And here he took. Okay, that's honestly a risky decision, I'd say.
Well, yeah. So you prefer bishop f2 here?
Yeah. Again, it keeps more potential for play, because if you take on c5. Every black player will always put the knight on d6, play king h8, play rook g8, and there's no room for error.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think you should be playing bishop f2 here all day. So I think that this is quite a big decision here. But okay, he should still be better. But let's see, we're getting some arrows here saying bad move. Bishop f6 was not approved by the machine, and bishop takes c8 apparently not approved.
Okay, these are really nice dynamic ideas. Yeah, bishop e6.
This is a really nice idea. So you're giving the check, and you're saying if you take me, I take back, and now suddenly I've got access to the d5 square for my knight.
Yeah. You would think if black gets the moves to do it, then the e6 pawn will just be collected, but somehow in these types of positions he usually doesn't get the free moves to do so, and that's why it's always a very serious idea. Also in other structures with a knight to go to g5 and then to e6, also forcing bishop e6. This pawn on e6, it's just a thorn right inside the black position, and it takes so much time to get it out.
Yeah, I like this. So bishop takes c8, which is the move played, perhaps not as critical, and after rook takes c8, knight h3. Do we actually have, we don't have king.
I think these are just our moves.
Yes. Well, white still has got something to work with, but maybe it's not as much as you'd hope for. Moving on. Board 11, we're just going through all the boards here. Paul Veltin playing black against a Welshman, Alex Freeland, who I don't know.
Do you know what I associate Paul Veltin with?
No.
The very first French team championship that I played in 2015, I believe, he scored a GM norm by, if I'm not mistaken, playing all his games with black.
Oh, wow.
And there was a serious discussion if this norm can count because of this of this color distribution. Obviously, it is a handicap, but nevertheless, he might also usually just take all the black games in the team events. So probably a very popular player there.
Reminds me of Matthew Sadler.
He retired when I started playing,
yes,
right about then.
He did, but he had a famous Olympiad appearance where I think he won the gold medal and played something like 7 or 8 out of 8 blacks, or 8 out of 9, and scored something ridiculous. So some players, they like playing black. What's going on in the position? Well, Freeland's position looks a bit loose to me as white. It might not be the end of days, but intuitively it feels as though black should be doing very, very well with some precise moves.
The question is, though, what are these precise moves? Because you always have to be careful if you go for something like queen takes c3. That might backfire.
Yeah, my first instinct is not to play that move at all, because after bishop b2, the queen has to go away probably to c5.
Bishop d4 gets another move, and the initiative just plays itself.
And rook a c1 preventing c5. And suddenly the bishops have been transformed, and white has got a rook into the center, and this is not what you want.
I think the black dream scenario would be to put pieces on e4 or c4 in the initial position instead of taking on c3. The question is how to do that, and I'm not entirely sure. You need to find a good square for the queen.
Yeah, agreed.
Ideally one after which e4 is not a serious option.
Yes. Okay, so I don't know, a queen move here, queen
d6, something like this, yeah.
And we're never worried about the mass trade on b5 because there's always a knight takes c3 at the end for black. So
yeah, these positions are a little bit strange. Somehow both sides sometimes want to give up pawns, but it's more about who gets the more active pieces here. It's it can quickly swing honestly either way.
It can, under normal circumstances, I would say, but you tend to feel somebody like Alex Freeland at his level might have difficulty really mixing it up with Veltin today. Let's see. Well, in fact, I think what we might do is, we've gone through the first 10 boards, is take a small break, actually, as we've been here an hour. So, all the games still in progress from the top boards of this year's Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, and we'll be back in a few minutes to see how things are developed on the top boards. So don't go anywhere, and see you in a few. Hello everybody and welcome back to round one of this year's Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, live from the seaside resort just off of Barcelona here in Sitges. I'm Lawrence Trent. I'm delighted to be joined by Grandmaster Alexander Donchenko once again. This is probably the last segment we have Alexander today, so we'll make the most of his presence. Alexander, we're just going to get stuck in straight with the games. We're going to go straight to board one, where we have got the game between Sebastian Laidorf and Kirill Alexienko. How friendly are you with Kirill Alexienko? Do you have some sort of a relationship or
I would say
friendship?
if we meet at the same tournaments, we greet each other, we talk sometimes, but it's not that we are particularly close.
Okay.
I think it also has to do with him playing almost exclusively in Spain for the last, for the last years, honestly, as far as I can tell. Yeah, I wouldn't say we're very close, but we are acquainted.
Well, Kirill now it looks like that he's playing for Austria. Is that correct?
That's correct. He switched federations not too long ago, but he hasn't played there yet. He also hasn't played at the Olympiad for Austria.
Okay. So he's switched federations, as have many, because of obvious reasons, on an international level. And a lot of these players still want to be able to play and participate in tournaments, and they've had to make these changes. So Kirill playing under the Austrian flag. And he's got this position here after Queen D2 against Sebastian Laidorf. And you have to say, although I don't think Kirill is going to be unhappy here, White is doing just about all right, isn't he? He's got his pieces out, he's got his rooks connected. Okay, the bishop on G2 is not the happiest bishop, but at the same time, there are D4 breaks that exist, and I don't know, it looks all right to White.
It is perfectly all right, and I think this is what White can almost always do in these kind of structures where Black plays F5. He can just not commit to anything rash like EF or similar and just play a very solid game. He doesn't really have any weaknesses except for D4, which cannot be utilized. So it's very hard to force White out of his shell in a way, especially if he doesn't want to move out of it. So I think this one is at least going to last a while here, and Kirill needs to find a way to create some more ideas, because it is strategically not easy to say what to do. Probably he has to, in the sense of playing for a win, prepare D5 under ideal circumstances where White cannot exchange everything without any kind of concession. But it's not trivial to do, especially since the whole knight A6, C7 maneuver is probably geared towards playing D5. So White also knows what's coming.
Yeah, and if he goes D5 immediately, you can trade one time and go D4 yourself, and we get one of those classic four-pawn tense centers. But it looks as though on this occasion that this is working out for White. The knight on C7 would much rather be on C6 here. This looks very good for White. I mean,
yeah, it also looks like a position where it's not so easy to make a mistake or to outplay anyone basically who doesn't blunder anything straight up. So that's why I think Kirill will not go D5.
Yes, I agree. There's no way he's going to go D5 here.
Ideally, I would like to go Rook D8, but that probably just hangs the A7 pawn. So he needs some kind of useful waiting move. You could always play a generic King H8 type of move, but I'm not sure if it actually does anything here.
Queen G6 or King H8 or something like along those lines.
Yeah, and again, another move you would like to play is Queen H5, but it probably runs into EF, and you cannot recapture with the bishop because of G4 question mark. Yeah, I wasn't completely sure, but yeah, there's no sacrifices, and it's a kind of position where he can probably use his time advantage and come up with ideas that keep the game tense, because this is the most important thing to do here.
Yeah, and you saw him, if you've been watching the video cameras, his head was in his hands. He's not that happy here, Kirill. He's not panicking, don't get me wrong. This is not a moment to panic, because when you're playing somebody 610 points lower rated than you, you don't panic in a position like this. But you can start getting a bit annoyed, because you look at lines like d5 or other such lines, and it can lead to mass simplifications, and your opponent doesn't have to be a very, very strong player to figure out the way forward. So this is an annoying position for black, I would say, somehow.
Yeah, you still have a lot of work to be done here, and it's not even trivial to see what is to be done, because this is one of those cases where objective play might not be the best, because objectively d5 will equalize, and it will solve all of black's problems. If you're playing in an elite event, you will go for it, and you'll be very happy. But here you might just try to skirt on the edges of what is acceptable and try to find a trickier approach.
Totally agree. Let's move on to the second board, which is Jules Moussa against Arman Sarkisian. And, well, I mean, looking at this straight up, doesn't look like much for white whatsoever here.
Absolutely. Honestly, I'm surprised. How did he get the... what did you do in the last couple of moves?
I mean, we can just scoot it back a little bit. We saw it around about here after bishop takes e4, d takes e4. Mm-hmm. We said knight g3, but Jules went for d5 immediately. Takes and queen takes. The knight came to d7, and
yeah, it's a common idea as well. Yeah, but here he looks like he should keep some pressure, but
bishop e6 was probably a very clever move by black here. The idea being after takes, you can't take the pawn on b7 because you're going to get hit by.
I'm surprised he took, honestly,
a rook
because
b8.
This kind of knight versus bishop imbalance is exactly the kind of thing where you would later on try to gain some advantage from. But maybe he had some concrete idea, but I'm honestly not convinced by his play so far.
Yeah, not at all. And if we fast forward, there was then a queen trade. a6 is very solid, brings his king in, rook d6, and, well, rook c7 looks good. And now rook a5 by Jules Moussa, looking to target this guy. But look, black is solid here. He's got everything protected. If this rook ever comes to d4, you can bring this rook to e7. Now, this is the sort of position, however, where you do see grandmasters win and outplay their opponents. However, objectively speaking, Arman Sarkisian, rated only 2062, should be very, very happy with what he's got after 23 moves.
Absolutely, and even if he doesn't at some point defend the pawn passively, this good pawn structure on the queen side gives him potential to maybe swing the rook over if the rook leaves d6, some rook c6, rook b6 ideas, or I don't know. It's as long as he keeps the rooks on the board and doesn't drop the e4 pawn, this is going to be very, very hard to win.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, I would only give Jules... How many times is he going to win this out of 10? Would you say 3?
No, I mean, here in this situation, in the first round of an Open, he will win this much more often.
Do you think it'll be more than 5?
Yes, he is still, I would say, more the favorite to win than it's likely that he draws. He also knows these positions very well. He knows how to grind them to infinity. And
yes.
I have won much more drawn positions several times. It's just about believing that it is possible and asking even very simple questions.
So you would estimate his chances here of winning at 70 or 80%, something like that?
Yes, I would say so. He didn't really hurt his chances that much, but he will play a long game, and he will have to stay focused throughout to not let black equalize completely, that there is no play left, because here there are not so many resources left for white.
Totally agree. Let's see how Jules Moussa works that position. We move on to board number 3, and we've got William Pecci against Tin Jing Yao, and you could see the bar just blaze down there, meaning that black has got a winning position, and yeah, it doesn't take long to work out that this is completely hopeless for white. You can take on h3, you can take on c2, you can bring a rook in, just doing a quick pawn count.
He's already down 1, and he's going to be down at least 2.
Yeah, this position is not a position you survive against a grandmaster who is 520 rating points higher than you. There's nothing to play for.
Yeah, I think this is already in the realm where Tin Jing Yao would quite comfortably just beat Stockfish from this position.
Yeah. Yeah, there's zero hope for white here. He won't save this game under any circumstances. So that's a bit more of a comprehensive, successful opening there for the top player. And in the game between Marc-Andrea Maritzi and Shachar Rivlin from Israel, the sort of thing that we were discussing before the break, Alexander's happened. The knight has made its way to a4. It's got a little exclamation mark there. It's going to make its way to this gorgeous outpost on c5. The black king is in danger because there's a check here, and then, you know, just to illustrate the sort of things that can happen, suddenly this king gets into a complete mess and all kinds of tactics exist. The move h6 didn't help.
It starts to look like black has to play a5, honestly, after knight a4, which is a very sad move to make.
Yes. Tough move to make that, because you put the pawn on a dark square, you weaken the b6 square, so you always look. But here I would be, I mean, the move knight c5, actually the move knight c5 just wins straight up, right?
I don't know about straight up, but you are likely to, let's say, get a strategically completely dominating position. So,
because you can't take on a2 because of b3, and if a4, you can just take with the knight, which is very important, and then work out a way to corral this bishop. So that's I think after knight a4, actually, black is rook he8 looks like a horrible move, by the way, by Rivlin. Sorry, and I'm.
Is it though? Because what move are you going to
play?
Well,
maybe not. I mean, you're right. He's threatening knight takes f7, right? That's a cheeky little just to illustrate that. If black were to play something like this, Marc-Andrea would take on f7 and have the skewer here, which looks very. The fork, which looks very good. So yeah, I think it all went wrong. I think it started to go wrong. King c7, I think, is actually a major blunder here by black, and starts to lead to all these issues. And well, Marc-Andrea Maritzi is just going to win this position with white.
He's also up a comfortable hour on the clock. So
yeah, that one is very, very clear. Li Di. We were very happy with his opening. That much I do remember. And it looks as though things have not gotten much better for white. He's won a pawn on c5, but these pawns are very weak.
On the other hand, he does have some knight b3. So it's not, absolutely not a given that black wins back the pawn for free. If he does, of course, he can claim some advantage, but this is actually, let's say, more...
And after knight c4?
After knight c4, I will probably play some move like rook d1. I'm just trying to take off as much as possible. Yeah.
And then we might get some sort of forced line like this, where white's pawns look disgusting, but he is pawn up.
And also, this disgusting structure is usually very good for defensive purposes.
Something like this. Black can win his pawn back, but a load of material has been taken off. And once the rook gets to the 7th, you're never losing this as white, really, if you don't make a complete mess of it. I mean, this just ends up being one of those very clear sort of drawn rook and pawn endings where you could get something like this, but this is about as straight up a draw as
absolutely.
you could get.
And that's why black will need to come up with something. I'm
Correct.
not even sure if knight b3 is the only move, but because it doesn't need to be played. The rook c5 isn't a threat at the moment because of knight e6.
Mm-hmm.
So you could also just try to play some kind of improving move. But this will, of course...
Such as rook b4, which is a brilliant move, actually.
I mean, rook b4 isn't very straightforward, but if it works, it works, yeah?
It looks brilliant because it prevents knight c4, at least after knight c4, bishop takes d5, and then you have to calculate after knight takes e3. Probably you can take on b7 there, actually. You know, just to illustrate, this doesn't work because of tactics. You lose an exchange at the best. And actually, after rook b4, things can get a little out of hand here if you're black, because suddenly you have to find a way to proceed and stabilize, and that is not clear to me at all, what you should be doing here as black. That is not clear to me whatsoever.
That's true, yeah, because even the best thing that black can hope for is to probably eventually take the bishops off on g2 and then somehow regroup to attack the c5 pawn. It's unlikely he will just win it without any concessions whatsoever. And it's such a comfortable position for white to play that I think here there might be at least half a point on the table, honestly. Do you think he holds this then? It's hard for me to say that he holds this when he is better. But right. I'd say there's a high chance that he will not lose the endgame if the game continues like this. Right. Because, again, this structure allowing dc5, it doesn't look pretty for white, but it's hard to break down concretely. Fair enough. Nicely put. Okay, so already we're starting to see some opportunities. Now, this was a game on board number 6 between Gavrilescu and Merkel. That's Louis, not Angela. Although I did hear that she's a big fan of the Grunfeld. But that's just rumors floating around the Berlin art scene. In any case, we've got a position here with David Gavrilescu. And the truth is that, yes, he's put a bishop on g4. My spidey senses are still telling me that black should be okay. We should do a count though first. So black is up 1 at the moment. Yes. But he has 2 pawns hanging. Yes. And those are both quite sensitive to being taken. So it's probably not a position where he has a large choice. Probably queen d6, rook e1? Knight e5? Takes d6, takes e6, so that doesn't work. Let's put that on the board. So queen d6, rook e1, and if we try knight e5, that loses to takes, and takes with the bishop fork. I mean, black has to find a way to trade something for giving back the pawn. Queen d6 is still the most Queen d6, I think, is actually forced, isn't it? It doesn't look like there's another move here. At least it's humanly forced, yeah? For a computer it might not be, but it's the single most sensible move. Rook e1 is also makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and now I would like to somehow trade something. I'm not sure what, though. There's, for example, the passive knight d8, but I think that might be giving white too much freedom because he can again take on e6. Oh, he can take on e6 with the rook. Yeah. How about that as a tactic? And suddenly it all collapses. So he has some pressure. There are certainly defensive moves, but they're not trivial. And if you play a move like king g7, allowing rook takes e6, and then queen to f4, this reminds me of the Ding game. The game 13, yeah? Yeah, because it is possible to play like this, but it needs to be worked out, and this is not straightforward at all. No.
Yeah, this is where somebody of Lewis Merkel's strength can make a small hash of things. It wouldn't surprise me that after bishop g4, if things started to go very wrong for black, but this is a position again where were David Gavrilescu playing somebody of a similar strength, you would actually be quite hopeful that black could find a way to get something and stabilize. But we will see. Fondrat against Gorstein, and this position here...
This looks tactically finished.
Looks finished. Because there's a knight d1 check. Yep. Yes, this looks like it's actually game over. You're attacking the bishop here. At the moment, white has got two pieces for a rook. The problem is you can't defend the bishop because that runs into a lovely little tactic fork where black would simply be an exchange up for no compensation. And it looks as though you can't actually do anything. If you move the bishop here, you're going to run into rook takes d2, check, and this rook and pawn ending is totally losing.
Rook a3.
Yeah, you have to go rook a3, which is a disgusting move to play. But you're a pawn down, and black can now rush his king in, and you don't save this against a strong grandmaster. So actually, after this rook d3, this might already be the end of the game. Wouldn't surprise me if this ended very, very fast, because I actually don't see a move here. If you go bishop b4, you run into more forks.
Yes. Besides, it's not like black has sacrificed a whole lot. So even if white stays alive somehow, material is basically equal at the moment already, and the initiative still counts.
Yeah, so, that one is not going to be saved by Johan Fondrat. Going over to Jagadish Siddharth against Jeet Shah.
Honestly, this position looks less tragic than the one we saw before, but it might not make much of a difference.
Black looks in trouble to me.
But before that he was completely busted with queens still on, and now he might be completely busted without the queens on. So at least that aspect has improved.
That's true. White has just played h4, attacking this structure. You can't take, because after knight takes h4, well, you can take, but once a knight lands on f5, it's just really tragic. Also, white has got consistent pressure here. This pawn is weak. Black would just be left with all these isolated pawns. Truly horrible.
Yeah, I think that there's no way this game will not end with a white win, but let's say it is possible to prolong it and put up some defense here.
I guess the most natural move for a human would be g4. I guess that's the move that's going to be played. And now I would expect white to play knight h2 or knight d2, probably knight to d2, to then be able to maneuver the knight to c4, and then this knight is going to come to f5. And this is basically the dream. I mean, you don't get a better setup as white ever in these structures.
That's true, yeah?
Yeah.
You could probably give black a pawn for free, and white would still be overwhelmingly better.
Yes, for example, if there was a pawn on d6, white would still be probably close to winning here. Strategically, there's no way to stop the knights finding optimal outposts. Yeah, it's just not defend. You can't defend this against a strong grandmaster. So again, I'm already chalking that one as a win. Your boy Madi Orimi. Wait a second. What?
That is.
Hold on a second here.
That is some imbalance. Let's see.
That is
1, 2, 3, 4.
Huge imbalance.
That is a rook and 3 pawns against 2 knights.
Yeah, I mean optically, when I just look at this position here, I think black is in real big trouble.
He should be, yeah, because winning back pawns on c4 will not make his life easier. And the worst part about it is that the knights have no squares, no stable squares. If, for instance, let's say you remove the h7 and f2 pawns, yeah, something along those lines, you would get the e5 square suddenly, and it's not a done deal. But here, white's pawns are just so mobile. You just play f4, you play e5, you play f5, and it's very hard to do something against it, because bishop takes c4 will win back a pawn, but in these kind of race type positions, not straight up pawn race, but still both sides are going to play on their sides of the board. The rook is probably just not inferior to two knights at all.
Yeah, totally agree. In fact, this could be an upset. Now, who is playing white? Well, it's a local player. I say local, he's Spanish. Javier Francisco Fernandez Fuentes.
You're on thin ice there, calling him local.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is where I'm going to get in trouble. This is not a politics stream, however, guys. He's got a Spanish flag. Let's not go there. He's Spanish. Very, very tricky position for the Grandmaster, who decides to go knight d6. Now, whoa. The bar has shot up.
I mean, the bar has just woken up. It was probably the same before the move as well.
Yeah, the bar has woken up in a big way, though. And now, after knight d6, yes, the knight is attacking some pawns, but you can just kick this knight. And the point is that if you take on c4, you put yourself in a very awkward pin. You can now, for example, play the move. I mean, everybody plays the move f4 here if you're a human. I just don't see another move.
Probably is, and there's still no blockade inside.
No.
You could get the c4 knight to f5 or something. You could work some magic, but it's just it's unlikely to happen.
Yeah, and if the queen gets out the way, you insta-snap that knight off and just budge the rook up to... You can put it on e1, but I guess most human players would leave it on f2 here, just because...
I would probably not take the knight to begin with.
Oh, really? Interesting.
The knight, if you cover e3, some way it doesn't do much, yeah?
You've got some weird... What, you want to go queen d3?
Why not, yeah? Just go queen d3. The knight on c4 isn't going anywhere. You can prepare to push the pawns. Because I think the bishop on e2 is generally stronger than the knight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's not a position where you need to play a single move. Yeah, that's also an advantage.
Mm-hmm. No, this looks very bad. This of all the games so far, this looks like the one with the biggest upset opportunity. Now, of course, just because white might be winning does not mean he will win, because that's not how chess works at the top levels.
I would also like to ask a practical question.
He played f4, I believe, which is, I like this move a lot.
Yeah, it's a similar idea, yeah. He just doesn't need to kick the knight as yet. I wanted to ask,
yes,
since you are the one familiar with the rules, is black allowed to offer a draw here?
That's a good question. I don't know if there's a 30-move rule.
Because if I was playing black here, and I could at least create a semblance of counterplay.
Yes.
But even though I'm still lost, I would at least consider offering a draw just to test the waters. Because if the guy doesn't take it, he doesn't take it. Yeah, then I have to fight to survive. But
just looking up the rules here, no draws may be agreed without the consent of the referee until 30 moves have been played.
All right, that's a long way off. Yeah.
Yeah, we're only on move 21, and the position could be totally toast for black. Wow, this is just not a great spot for the Grandmaster Matti Orimi. Now, again, it's one of those typical games in many ways where you try something a bit more imbalanced, you try something a bit more risky, but you're playing guys that can play serious chess. And now, again, it sounds like we're writing black off here. We're not. Black could still win this game. Grandmasters have won this position a million times before against somebody 500 points lower rated. But objectively speaking, the position looks very, very bad for black, because these pawns, it's just very difficult to stop. You start with the f pawn, of course, and you just roll these guys up the board. It's very bad news. And you can see on the face there of Matti Orimi, he's staring down his opponent. He's trying not to look too nervous. He's trying to show a bit of confidence. But he knows that this position is bad and very, very bad. So I think that's definitely a possible upset. And going to board 10, wow, we've got this game between Vetochin and we've got Johanna Pasikangas. Ask this player how to pronounce that last name. I'm sorry, because it's a Finnish last name. And I don't. Do you know any Finnish?
No, but as far as I'm aware, you just pronounce every letter as it's written in Finnish.
Pasikangas.
Yeah.
Pasikangas.
Can't be too wrong, yeah?
Yeah, nulla Pasikangas. That's how the Finns sound. All right. Well, the position is as follows, and it's kind of, again, it's one of those positions where you expect an experienced grandmaster to find a way through.
Yeah, but there's no guarantee at all that there is one.
There's no guarantee. Yeah.
It's also a very slow developing game. Yeah. There won't be any pawn breaks in the foreseeable future, and we'll see. It's about maneuvering for white to somehow attack on the king side, and for black to set up a defensive position there.
Correct. Yeah, this is you can kick the queen with h6, but the queen can come up and.
Yeah, the computer says h6 is a good move, but it wouldn't be obvious to me why h6 is a good move. Because does black want to play h6 if I play a neutral move? Maybe he does, but on the other hand, it also gives him one more pawn to defend.
Mm-hmm. What do you think? What do you think?
I think he will break through. There's still too much left on the board. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it comes to it, he can regroup the c3 knight to d3. That would probably be one of his best ideas. And then again, there's enough potential for to outplay someone, and he has more time. He is. I think he's just going about this very patiently.
Yeah. Tend to agree with you there as well. I think white will find a way, but wouldn't surprise me if not. Let's go back to board 1, because we were saying before, it was getting a bit tricky for Alexienko. And he did find kind of a passing move, a6, trying to keep his options open.
Yeah.
And white said, okay, well, if you go a6, I'm going to take the chance to go d4. But I think this is what Alexienko wanted, because there was a trade on e4. And now he took back with the knight, which I think is probably quite a decent recapture. Because I think after f takes e4, knight g4, in some lines can be annoying.
Yeah, besides, your e2 knight has to have some prospects. Even without the knight g4, a problem there.
Indeed.
So, knight e4, I think, is absolutely the correct move.
And, well, position looks all right for white still.
Yeah, it's just hard for black, because it is not strictly speaking symmetrical, but both sides have kind of the same ideas mirrored, and in this case, unless you're just up several moves with your own plans, it's hard to imbalance a position and keep it objectively okay at the same time. And I think this is what Alexienko will try to do here, because there is some potential here. He will take on e4, I assume. F takes e4, and then he will maybe queen h5, maybe some other move. But in any case, here white has some possible decisions to make. He can play d5, but d5 is a committal move. I think Alexienko would like to see that. And if not, then black will eventually be ready to play ed4. So I think a6, it's definitely not the best move objectively, but it provoked white to go d4. He doesn't need to go d4.
No.
He can also just play rook a d1. Yes, some absolutely neutral move, and ask Alexienko what does he want to do. Yeah? But you should give your opponent a chance to do something, and he'll create problems for himself here.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Alexienko is trying to do.
Objectively, this is still perfectly fine. Yeah, if white goes d5 after what we said, knight e4, f4, queen h5, computer says he's slightly better. Yeah, but it doesn't really matter for for this practical game. If it's plus 0-20 or 0-0, what matters is that Black has several more ideas to keep the position interesting now.
All right, so still some life here for Alexenko. Let's go to this Musar game. Has Musar found... Wait, I love rook e5 by Black, by the way. Black found this move, rook e5. I really like this move. This looks like a super flexible, good move. And Jules is actually offering the rook trade after rook c4, which is... I understand why he's doing it. The idea is that if there's a trade, you have to be a bit careful here as Black. King e7 immediately drops the house to rook b6, and suddenly you're losing. And in this position here, the rook on e5 now is slightly more uncomfortable. However, I think, a really strong player would play rook e6 here.
Yeah, but...
It's impossible to play, though, I think, as a lower-rated player.
Probably. I'm not sure if many higher-rated players would play this move, because you have to realize that this is, first of all, that the knight endgame is completely okay, and secondly that you do not have another adequate response that doesn't leave you very passive.
Mm-hmm. So what would you do in this position as Black?
If I don't play rook e6 here, I wouldn't take on c4.
Oh, you wouldn't take on c4.
I mean, okay. Rook c4. If I play rook c4, I would also play rook e6, I think. But if not, then I would just consider playing rook ce7 and just going passive. If I don't see anything after rook c4, bc.
Hold on a second. There is movement there in the Musar. They are signing the score sheets now. We are a few moves behind, and Jules does not look upset. So I think he's won.
That is very much possible.
But I don't know how. Now, we're going to get those moves through at some point.
Okay, play the move rook d7. Does it blunder something? Or does it blunder everything? It probably blunders everything, yeah.
Well,
I'm just thinking, how could the game end soon here?
I'm not sure it's rook. I don't know. But I feel as though Sarkisian has just made a one-mover, basically. Jules looked far too happy for that just to be a draw.
No, I mean, he would also not offer a draw here unless he feels there's a serious risk of losing.
Yeah, no, this has been won. So we'll keep an eye on that one to see what happened. As I say, we've got a number of minutes delay. So we're going to have to wait that one out. Lidi, well, we didn't get what was expected. He found rook b4, by the way.
Wow, okay, that's very nice. Yeah,
I mean,
it's not an easy move.
He found rook b4 and rook d7, and now it's on white, and we have this position here. I mean, I think he's going to play the move knight b3 here. This is the human move. And Lidi is not going to trade on b3 for obvious reasons. Trading is actually probably close to losing, because then you fix the white pawns and you're just a pawn down, and the rook can come here and you can put the pawn on b4. And
I think he might play a non-move instead of knight b3.
A non-move?
Yeah,
like what?
h4, king f3, something like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, but c5 is hanging, yeah?
C5 is now hanging because the rook's on d7, right. So yeah,
then knight b3 is quite likely.
Yeah, I think the move rook a4 is very unlikely. Looks far.
I wouldn't say so. I mean, if you understand that with you can just trade everything and keep the bishops, then you can play it. But
yeah,
we'll have to see about that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So. The Musar blunder is clear. After rook c4, black played rook e to e7, which was a huge blunder because after rook d8 check, you start to lose material. This is a very sad ending for Sarkisian, who played a very nice game. The point is that you're blundering e4, so if knight e8, you can take on e4, and if rook e8, the same thing, you can take on c7 and then take on b7. So a massive blunder here, and again, this is the difference, right? A move like this is the thing that separates these kind of level of players, and well, that's how Musa. There was no way that that was going to be anything but a Musa win after such a blunder. This is completely winning for white. He's just an exchange up. You can take with the rook. Black is going to try bishop h6 because that's what you do in this position.
But white just plays f4 and there's
but
nothing.
After f4, this is a beautiful resource because of the knight fork. Marc-Andrea Maurizi is going to win any second now. And who else have we got? Gavrilescu has played the line we looked at. So again, the difficulty of defense. Merkel played knight d8 takes, and now the fantastic rook takes e6 shot by Gavrilescu, not missed, of course. Point being, if knight takes rook, you recapture the knight with additional material.
Yeah, this position is going to collapse now because d6 cannot be defended.
Yes, and the point is that you can't go here because check.
And if you go something like knight f7, then you can at the very least go take on g6, but you can also play rook e7. It's all winning.
Anything is winning.
Yeah, basically it is.
Gavrilescu will win this game, so that looks very good for him. And I'm telling you, it's this is the game. Now, whoa, we've had major movement here. So when f4, bishop takes c4, he took on c4, makes sense, e5, and now the move queen e4.
I probably would try to avoid queen trade with black, not just for objective reasons, but also because you know you're lost whether you trade queens or not, but with queens you might have more chances. Here I feel that this is a very serious chance now that white will just win this game straight up before anything else happens.
So now you just need a bit of care with white. But actually it's totally over. Rook e1 is very easy because after knight takes e3, you go e6 and you can't prevent e7, e8.
Yeah, and if you take on e6, then the rook always wins every race against the knight.
There's something like this. Looks like it's dangerous with the 3 pawns, but...
Yeah, but as long as you play f5, the king is cut off. There's no way.
Some rook here, probably. And that's it. Nothing to say. The pawn just runs away.
Yeah, if he finds that, I think it's just game over.
Rook e1 is a really findable move for somebody of Fuentes' level.
It's also far from the only move. Yeah, you can also
even
just play
f5,
yeah.
right? f5, knight takes e3. Now, this is where you have to be a little bit careful. You don't want to get your pawns blockaded. But again, e6, threatening e7 looks unbelievable. And if knight d5, I think you can go...
No, you just play it slow. But what you
just have go g4, right?
Yeah. What you have to avoid is if instead of e6, if you play f6.
Yeah.
And then knight e6.
Yeah.
f7, knight f8, and suddenly black has it all under control with king d8, king e7, and this might turn around very quickly. That's why you have to always be careful against such a blockade.
Yeah, this is really important.
I think he played f5,
Did he
right?
play f5? It looks like he
it.
played f5.
Yeah. It's a good move, yeah.
I think a top player would have played rook e1 there. I think that's a very straightforward win because rook e1, knight takes e3 is the only move that exists, and then e6 and e7 is...
It's very easy to calculate, but
yes.
Let's say he has spoiled nothing so far. He will just need to find another clear win at a later point.
There's a good chance that actually black plays the move king d7 here, rather than taking on c3, just trying to get the king closer. How often does black win this position?
With what time control?
Right now, 41 minutes against 23 minutes.
I mean, ideally, I would say 0 times out of 10, yeah?
But that's, that's really... I reckon black wins this 3 times out of 10.
No.
Yeah. These knights are tricky, guys. King d7, already I can start to see white going wrong.
I don't know. I still think this is, well... there should be no way, in my opinion, but okay, we'll see.
We'll see. All right, well, let's do this, Alexander. I know you've got to go, so thank you so much for joining us. We're going to take another quick break now, and then we're going to come back for the end of the first time control for this round. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks again, Alexander, for joining us.
Thank you, and let's see. Maybe I'll be back tomorrow or the day after if you still want to have me.
Absolutely, we'd love to have you. Don't go anywhere. Are we going to get a big upset? Looks like of the top 10 boards, this is the one. Is Fernandez Fuentes going to beat Orimi? We'll see in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hello everybody and welcome back to round one of the Sunway Sitges 2024 International Chess Festival. We've been going through, you can see on the camera there, a number of empty boards. That's because we have had a number of results. So far as expected, some of the games have finished. We've seen Jules Moussa win on board 2. We've seen a win by Marc-Andrea Marizzi. We expected that. Gavrilescu has finished, and a number of the other top players have also won. Paul Velta on board 11 has won, for example, as has Josep Martinez on board 14. So far, all the games going to plan according to ratings, but there are still a number of games and potential upsets in the works. For example, if we go to board 1, we were discussing this position before with Alexander, who's over here, Sebastian Lydorf against Kirill Alexienko. And this is the position, and things are still very tricky for black. In fact, this is the position we had before the break, where basically white is still very solid. If black plays a move like Queen H5, the move D5 might happen, the bishop might move, and then the knight can come to C3. And this knight on C7 is very, very poorly placed, and wouldn't surprise me at all if black had a real hard time, despite the fact Alexienko 600 rating points higher than his opponent. This is by no means a walk in the park. So some serious work still to do for Kirill Alexienko. The game we have to go to, though, in my opinion, is the game between Fuentes and Orimi. This is the game that has got the greatest likelihood of an upset. And if we go to the position on the board, we can see that before, I will say that around here, after 94, I think white had a very clear-cut win. We saw this just before the break. If white just played the move rook e1, the knight has got no squares. The knight has to take on c3 and now e6. There is simply no way to stop the pawn running up the board. You have to give up the knight for the pawn. And after knight takes, something like rook takes. This is a very, very easy winning position because the white pawn can just run up. White did not play that. He played the move f5, which is still objectively a winning move. But now the black king at least can come in to try and rescue. White now played rook e1, which is a bit of a mistake. He should have put the rook on f3 here to protect the pawn and still help the pawns advance. So rook e1 now is a slight inaccuracy. And after knight takes c3, he played g4. Now, don't get me wrong, this position still looks very, very tough for black. But you feel as though that with the black king now in the mix, for example, if the king comes to e8, is this so straightforward? I don't think it is. You can still go e6, and if knight c6, go f6. It still looks dreadful for black. But after knight d5, g5, and let's say the knight comes to d4, the knights at least are dancing around. Now the move knight f3 check is in the air. So I'm not at all sure that this position here is going to be won by white. It got tricky all of a sudden. And, well, it would be a major upset, of course, if white did win. But my spidey senses are telling me that the Grandmaster is not going to lose this position. That's my guess. Whether he wins it or not, I don't know. But I've got a feeling that black just doesn't lose here. And in fact, I think Orimi is going to be quite... I think he's going to feel like he should try and win this, because if he can stabilize somehow and get the knights coordinated, this position here is definitely winnable for black. So that was a massive potential for an upset, but we're not going to get that. Well, we might still get it, I should say, but not completely clear. And on board one, as I said, this is the other one where white is just holding steady here. So board one is still a long game ahead. As is board 10, we were talking about this one with Alexander Donchenko. This is the current position between Votokhin and Pasinga. I'm going to get this wrong all day. Pasikangas. Black is doing a really good job of just staying solid. And the question is, where is the white breakthrough? And it is not clear at all to me how white is supposed to be breaking through. He did get the pawn on h6. But now what? Where are you supposed to be going here? If you play a move like, I don't know, knight to b5, let's say, you're hitting c7 and you're hitting a5. But black can play a move like queen d8, and the problem is you can't really take on a5 because black has got a very important move, rook a6, swinging across. Not to mention the move c6, which is also a very, very unfortunate move for white to face, because after takes, you have to move the knight back, and suddenly the h6 pawn drops, and you can't even take because of the pin down here. Suddenly you start getting a bit worried here as white, because, you can't play that move, but suddenly there's too much action on the g4 square, and you can actually be worse. So white actually has to be extremely careful here that he doesn't go too crazy. It's a position which can be classified as dynamically equal. That's the way that would best describe this position. But again, because of the main dynamic here, which is that white is a grandmaster and he's also 500 points higher rated, this is not the sort of position which you just suddenly say, oh, okay, it's dynamically, there's dynamic equilibrium, I'm going to offer a draw. You never offer a draw here as white, ever, against somebody 500 points lower rated. The question is, how do you test black? And that, to me, is really not straightforward at all. So, look, we could still get an upset here. I think, in my experience, once again, it feels as though the sort of position where, white, who is just so much better than black on paper, is going to find a way. But if a draw did happen, I wouldn't be too shocked. Moving on, we will have a look at some other games, perhaps, going down the list. Looks as though all the games are going to plan, so to speak, here. Are there any other games which are close? Let's see here. We've got board 16. We've got Rajat Makkar and I am against Georgi Chanturia. Absolute mess of a position here, has to be said. This position here looks incredibly weird. White is on the attack, but in fact the white pieces aren't that well coordinated. There's some back rank issues, and even though this knight is on d2, this position looks fairly reasonable for black. Okay, queen e5 just played, and in fact black has got 30 minutes here, and the international master Makkar from France, who I don't know at all, is down to his last 9 minutes. He's got to play 12 moves in 9 minutes here, which is by no means straightforward. And white's next move here is not straightforward at all, because look at this. Queen e5 actually sets up queen e1 with the back rank checkmate. So how are you supposed to do that? Now, if you go g3, the problem you've got is it runs into knight f3 check. The king then moves, and now the move knight g5, and all of a sudden it's toast for white, because you have to keep hold of this bishop with queen g4, but you run into queen d5 check, and all of a sudden your rook is hanging. So hold on a second, queen e5, and you have to be very, very careful here not to lose on the spot. In fact, I think white only has one move here, which is to play the move pawn to g4, because at least now you cover this square. Now, it's a difficult move to play because you give up a lot of the dark squares. And even if black plays something like, I don't know, rook a to d8, with the idea of something like queen f4, then knight f3 check and run this pawn down the board, I would say that this position is extremely dangerous. We could get a huge upset here on board number 16. This would be a huge upset. A 400-point rating difference. That would be quite something. I'm very curious to see what happens. 7.5 minutes for Makar there. So I'm going to keep an eye on that one. But that has got the makings for a big upset. Are there any more upsets on the cards? A few what look like level-ish positions as I scroll down the list. I'm going to click on this one here. This is board number 22, my good old buddy Tal Abishal, the French extraordinaire, great guy, grandmaster, playing against Vincent Richet, actually a countryman. The position probably is bad for black with this isolated pawn here. This bishop is very strong. White's king has got just about enough breathing room. Feels as though the sort of position, again, a grandmaster should do very well in. So glad to see Tal here and playing all right in the first game. But definitely a few draws possible. Now, I think I've got to go back to the Fuentes game because this is the one in the top 10 boards which looked dodgy, and we have got this position now on the board. And this is what I was saying. It feels as though if black is able to blockade those pawns, that the position is just going to be untenable. How close is black to blockading these pawns? For example, in this position here, if you play the move knight to d5, which looks like the main move. That being said, you go g5 as white. And the truth is that, you know, if you go c4, for example, as black, you try and get your own pawns going. Can we kick this knight with rook e5 and force this knight to go away and play f6? It looks still very dangerous, and we only need a third pawn in the act, and that is really going to be all she wrote. Still feels as though white is within touching distance of making this work. However, what if black just gets going with his own pawn c4? Now, we can't go rook c1 on account of knight e2 check. And if we go g5, if he goes knight takes a2 and he try and queens his pawn like this, what if we get something like this? Is this just, these pawns are just mega fast, right? Something like takes and takes. Even if you make a queen here, that's very cute because you don't stop the pawn from getting to the end. That's how dangerous these pawns are for white. Yeah, I think a position like this is just totally over. So, and it's only moved 28 as well, so a lot of room for error here with the clocks as fragile as they are. As I say, I think that black shouldn't hold, but I'm not completely sure that white is going to see it through, unfortunately. It would be a great result for Fuentes. to win. Let's see, anything else? There is a game on board 15 which looks very, very balanced. This is between Nia Dongvani from Georgia against Krzysztof Raszek from Poland. Krzysztof Raszek at 24.40 IM. We have a very, very complex middle game here, which, first view, the fact that this bishop has got this potential down this diagonal, the fact that white has had to play g3, looks like it's potentially very harmful for white. However, the bishop isn't currently active, and I just wonder whether white is able to stabilize here. And so, again, it's one of those ones where very tough to call and lots of pieces still on the board. The only issue that white has got, he's got is that 1 hour 19 or 1 minute 19? Because if it's 1 minute 19, that's clearly an issue. I don't see how it can be 1 hour 19 either. So maybe some time issues there for white. Let's move on. And I'm curious about this game. After Queen e5, white's still in attack. Rajat Makar. Well, we'll keep an eye on it, because I think the only move here is actually to go g4, which is very, very curious. So we will just keep an eye on that one. Alexienko is yet to make any moves whatsoever, which is shocking to me, and I don't believe it's true. I don't believe that Alexienko has spent 50 minutes on this move, basically. It doesn't make any sense. So I think we are lacking some transmission there. So we're going to ignore that one for the minute. Knight c6 has been played by Orimi, which was, I think, one of the moves I discussed. And now, as white, you can go f6. But after a move like knight d4, you've got to start getting a bit worried that you're not going to get checked. So what's a really good move here as white? Well, I think, I mean, you do got to get the pawns rolling, that's for sure. But it isn't actually totally straightforward how best to do this. But, when in doubt here as white, you just play f6 and then ask black, okay, what are you going to do? And if you go knight d4 as black, you can see that there's a check here. You defend against it. You play a move like king g2 or king f1 or even king h1. All of those moves make sense. King f2 probably makes the most sense here. You deprive black of some more squares. And now the knight can come to d5. Yeah, and the knights are a nuisance. g5, and now can you go knight f4, attacking this pawn? Suddenly you have to if you go e7, this is where things, you start to blunder rooks. I could definitely see a blunder happening here as well, some sort of fork. Some sort of fork is absolutely legitimate here. It'd be a real shame if Fuentes did. It'd be huge if he drew. Okay, if he goes on to lose, which is a possibility, that would just be a huge shame, in my opinion. Try not to knock over all the coffee today. Excuse me for that. I've managed just to make things more colourful. You can see there a video of the playing hall. All the flags, as I mentioned before. One of the great things about this tournament is just the representation globally of so many different countries, so many interesting countries. I can see here we've got Mexico, we've got Chile, we've got the Faroe Islands, which is unbelievable. We've got Brazil, Mongolia. It's truly fantastic how many different nations we've got. And I believe in the open section, judging by the number of boards here as well, there are 128 boards, so around 250 players. Vasil Ivanchuk, who was at the top of the show, I mentioned his name. He didn't make the first round. I'm hoping that him not making the first round means that he is just taking a bye. He couldn't get here for the first round, rather than not coming at all, because it's a pleasure having such a legend at the tournament. But unbelievable, 250 players, huge open. Not the biggest in Europe, but certainly notable. And some countrymen as well. I'll do a quick shout out to Lawrence Webb, who's here. We've got Danny Gormally, Keith Arkle. So some legends of the game from England. And looking forward to catching up with all of those guys as well. It's a social tournament. Should also mention the extra activities that take place. For example, tonight there is a bullet tournament taking place after the round. I will not be participating, but there is a bullet tournament, there are blitz tournaments, and there are all kinds of other activities. In fact, a few years ago when I was playing, there were things like cooking activities. Unfortunately, the weather is pretty poor at the moment. If that improves, maybe there'll be some more stuff, activities we can do outside. For the moment, though, it's a pretty good climate for chess. All right, has there been any other moves? Let me have a look here. And indeed, we've got exactly the sort of position that I feared for Fuentes, because the Black Knights have managed to regroup, and I just have this feeling that he's going to get out of this, Orimi. The knight is now on d5. Black's plan is pretty straightforward. He wants to get his pawns marching. You have to protect this pawn on f6, so you almost always go g5 here. And then I'm sure Black is going to play the move knight f4. Double attack threat. And in this position, believe it or not, White's only move is to go rook b1, which is a very difficult move to see from afar. To give up one of your gorgeous pawns in order to be able to eat one of the pawns on the 7th. You give away another pawn, though, but something like this should be a draw. But as I say, I think it's going to be very difficult for White to go in for something like this after being dominating for so long. And White is massively behind on the clock, so there are all kinds of tricks that you could run into here. So I'm not feeling particularly confident anymore for Fuentes. It'd be great if he found it. It'd be great if he managed to calculate it out, but I have my concerns. Still sort of no moves here. It's been forever, so I don't know what's going on in that particular game. Quick update from a results perspective. Gorstein did win. We already knew Gavrilescu won. Li Di is actually having a pretty tough time. Right? This is a really well played game by Legrand, Stéphane Legrand playing White. And it looks as though the position is still very, very tricky for black. He's tried some f5 thing to get some control, some squares. Yeah, I mean, the position is not easy for white to play either, to be brutally honest. What would I do here? Not straightforward. Not straightforward at all. You can see there in the camera Lidi. And he goes rook cc2 here, Stefan. I think this move is totally fine. And in fact, I think it's a really good move. He wants to be able to put the rook on b4 without the move rook takes d2 being available. And then play the move knight b3 and try and untangle. So this move rook cc2 is just excellent. This is just a really, really top move. This is just a really, really top move. And, you know, I still feel as though Lidi is going to find a way. Because, again, that's what top grandmasters do. But, objectively, I feel as though white should be, if not doing very well, just better. Somewhere between doing very well and better. So, very curious to see how Lidi deals with that. No moves yet in the Fuentes game, so we'll keep an eye on that. The Vertogen game as well, this knight is finally making some sort of move, knight to e2. The a5 pawn, not even sure it's on prise here, but might be protected. And I think this move is designed to do what Alexander Donchenko spoke about before, which is to redeploy it via c1 and d3. Yeah, sure, why not? Why not? Still feels as though white has got too many weapons here for black to be comfortable and hold. But, you know, who knows? Who knows? We'll keep an eye on it. And any other results of major... The Makar game, what happened here after Queen e5? Looks as though we've got no moves here, so hopefully that's not for all the games, because that would make life very, very difficult. But Makar apparently didn't make a move. Gormali looks like he's winning quite easily. And, well, looks as though we're getting a bit of a stall with the moves at the moment. So I'm not getting any more moves in. So let's do this. As I am on my own, we're going to take another break while we figure out if we are getting moves. And the state is as follows. Fernandez Fuentes still has a great chance for an upset against Orimi. Lidov seems to be holding the top seed Alexienko, which would be a huge result. And Makar also on board 16 doesn't look like he's winning. So stay with us. We'll be back shortly, hopefully with some additional moves. So don't go anywhere. Hello everybody and welcome back to round one of the Sunway Sitges International Tournament 2024. We are getting towards the end of the first round. Some of the results are coming in. We've had no big shocks just yet, although we were very, very close. And there still might be a twist in the tail, especially on board 9, where we've got Francisco Javier Fernandez Fuentes playing white against Orimi. This is the position at the moment. Absolutely crazy. Look at these pawns here for white. Connected. And white is clearly just in the business of trying to push him to the end of the board. Black is far behind in making his pawns work. The question is, are the two knights going to work together to make this actually work out? And, oops, excuse me, that's a little typo there. So white, I believe, has just played the move rook g1. And let's say black plays a move like c4. The question here is, you can see the bar go up. After the move h5, does black actually have any way to stop? Let's say he goes c3, we go g6, takes. You can take h6, g6, but you can also just push the pawn. And I believe that after pushing the pawn, h7, h8, there is no way to stop that pawn. There's simply no way to stop that runner. So I'm still very, very concerned here for Orimi, because white's play is just so straightforward. How are you actually supposed to stop these pawns? Now, it's understandable, because I think what Orimi has done here is he has tried to, Orimi has basically tried to keep the game alive so he still has winning chances, because the thought of a draw, even when he was worse today, was probably not very pleasant for him. However, well, I don't see a way he actually survives this position. That's the issue. He's risked it so much that I think that this position is not salvageable. I don't think it's salvageable at all. I don't see how to stop the very simple h5 and g6. So if he plays a move like knight f4, for example, maybe threatening this check, the good news is white has just got this move king e3. And if you continue to give checks, you just go up the board. And if you continue to give checks, you just go up the board. And if you continue to give checks, you just go up the board. And unfortunately for black, he actually gets mated. Quite astonishing, actually, that little passage of play. So even all of the knight jumps seem to be not working. Now, white has just played the move. Sorry, this is the position on the board. We're on move 35, so Orimi actually needs to find some moves here. And I don't see any. I simply don't see it. Also, I wonder if white is just threatening to do something as simple as, let's say black goes b4. Can you just go g6? Of course you have to take. You can go rook takes g6. And how do you stop rook g8 check followed by here? And if you go king to f7, can you go rook g8 anyway? Because you're distracting the king away. Maybe you can hold on with knight c7, but now you have this very important check on f8. Let's say the king goes to e6, and now can you just push this other guy? The knight comes to f5. Maybe, just maybe, black manages to hold in a position like this. It feels like, I don't know, when you start getting blockades, it feels like you're actually able to hold here somehow. That's what it feels like. My concern here is that black is not actually interested in that at all, that he still thinks, I've got a chance to win here. But it's just not a position I think you can push here with black. So the question is, how much does Orimi want to risk it today? Does he view a draw as bad as a loss? I think a loss is worse than a draw, so I think he should try not to lose. But this is the big upset of the round if there is going to be one. On board one, I simply haven't had any moves, so I can't show you what's been going on there. And in the other games, well, a lot of the games have actually finished now. Rajat Makar, this was the other one where unfortunately, we're not getting moves through. So it's very difficult for me to do very much. I think what we're going to do is we're just going to stay with the Fuentes game because we are getting moves here. And we do have more moves. So King E3, Knight E6 on the board now. And I believe it's White's move. So Black is trying to stop these pawns. And what move does White? Can White play the move Rook to G4, for example, or King to E4? I like the move King to E4 here. This feels like the correct move to me. Because what you're doing with this move is you're putting your king on a square which can't be checked. And your next move might just be King F5, or even Rook G4, trying to overload these knights. This just looks glorious for... This just looks really, really good. I'm really struggling to see a way forward here for Black to even survive after King E4. King E4 is just so natural because you put your king on a square that can't be checked. Let's say Black plays, I don't know, the move B4. You can put your king on F5. Gorgeous. Now the knights are actually handcuffed. This is the other thing I like about a position like this. The knights here are actually handcuffed. Neither can move without the other one being lost. And there are no checks. And if he goes, let's say, I don't know, A4, now, can we just go H5? Yes, is the answer. B3, we take it off, we go G6, and zero issues at all. This is just going to be winning for White. There's no way you can stop this, and the knights are handcuffed. So I'm very curious to see if White is going to play the move King E4 here. I think that is the move. And I would be very, very happy to see that move. There are other moves that win. For example, maybe you can play a move like Rook D1 to prevent any naughty checks. But I think that's a difficult move to play somehow because you're moving the rook away from the G file, which you're using for the pawns to come down. Very curious to see what will happen here. It looks as though it's Black's move as well, so there has been a move by White. I'm just trying to get that move. Don't know. Don't know what's going on there. I can't get the move. Does look as though it's Black's move. Let's see. There's obviously a slight delay because we're using the delay. Okay, let's see if there's been any update anywhere else. No, it looks as though a bunch of positions have literally stopped here. So, unfortunately, we're not getting the moves through, which is problematic. So, okay, what about the Lee D game? Okay, we've got some moves in this game. This is a game we were looking at before. This was Stéphane Legrand against Lee D. King E6 just been played by Lee D. White is still a pawn up in this position here. And I don't know whether Black is trying to win this or not now. It's, you know, I think with this pawn maybe still a target, maybe. maybe there is still a case here. Bishop f2 key. Oh, wow. There we go. There's a whole bunch of moves that came through suddenly. Wow, this is very bad for black. Look at this gorgeous king in the center of the board. Just totally safe on e4, can't be checked. Pressure down the b file. And actually, in this position here, what do you do against the move rook b6, threatening rook takes c6, and winning this rook? Because you can't move this rook out of the way because you drop b7. I think that's quite a hard move to see. However, it is possible to see that move. So this could be a huge upset. Board 5, Stéphane Legrand playing a beautiful game so far. And now with all those moves coming in, maybe, just maybe, we will have got moves elsewhere. Let's see if this also zooms forward, because we haven't had a move here for centuries on board 1, so I've got no idea what's going on there. And let's have a look here. Oh, we have had some moves. We have had some moves. Let's have a look what happened. So it went knight e6 and white played h5. That is an interesting decision. And after knight takes h5, rook h1, he wants to win the pawn on h7, but knight f4 and now rook c1. I mean, it's still somehow good for white, but I feel as though he's spraying the machine gun a bit. The position is just so good, it might still be winning, but I'm very concerned that he's not actually going to win it. In fact, I could see something like knight e6, rook h1, and then some repetition here, if white isn't careful. But he shouldn't be taking a repetition here under any circumstances. Okay, let's have a look what happened, because I think we got another move. No, we didn't. Rook c1 is on the board. Yeah, giving up that h-pawn there, I'm not a huge fan of that in general. I understand white's position is good enough that you can do it, but you need an absolutely clear follow-up. Again, if the king were on g4 here, he would have that knights handcuffed, right? And I think that's what he wants to do. I think he wants to put this knight out of play, but he hasn't quite figured out the configuration to do it. So, yeah, this is still randomly anything can happen here. Extraordinary, really. And yeah, a bunch of the positions are just stuck from 20 moves ago. So we are going to have to just stick with one. What has gone on here? My goodness. Rook c1, he went c4, and now white played a4. This is not a stupid move, but we get into a position now after b takes a4. I think he's going to take on c4 with the rook. And the problem I've got is that there are now positions where you can go, for example, knight d5 check, the king moves away, and I think you can sacrifice a knight for the pawn. And we will get a position like this where it's just a draw. Rook against knight and king and pawn like this is a draw. The question is Orimi just going to accept that? The move rook d1 is just winning. This is just extraordinary. Rook d1 here just wins immediately, because you're threatening rook d8 check. If the knight comes to d3, now you can come to b1, threatening this check. And now if the knight comes to b4, finally you come back over to h1, the knight is trapped, effectively. That's extraordinary. Also, the move king f3 is really nice here, but this is extremely tough to see. Because actually, after rook h1, maybe there is a knight g3, or a knight d5 check and a knight f4. Oh, this got so messy all of a sudden. I don't think white is going to win. I don't think Fuentes is going to find a way here, which is a real shame. But he has made move 40, so he's got all the time in the world, but it's a question of just ability. Can he find these rook e1, rook b1, rook h1? Oof. I would be very, very surprised if he found that. Very, very surprised. Yeah, I mean, the whole game is extremely curious. It's really the only game we've almost got left that we're getting the moves from. There are moves being played there, so hopefully we'll be able to check in with some updates there. Yeah, we're just not getting the transmission, so not much not much I can do, unfortunately. Lee D, this one here, this is the other game. Lee D, and Lee D has managed to. What has happened here? This has been good for black. So around here, rook d7 was played, and now I was mentioning the move rook b6 looks. The move rook b6 looks very, very strong. But white made a colossal error here. This is a really, really, really serious blunder. Serious mistake by white. First big mistake by Stefan Legrand. You never give up the knight for the bishop here, because now there are all the light square blockading opportunities. And after rook g8, rook g1, well, I'm starting to think that Lee D is actually getting a bit more confident here again. He can trade on g1. He can now play rook d1, or he can play a move like... Can he play... Yeah, rook d1, hitting the bishop, bishop d4, and knight a5, hitting the rook, protecting the pawn. The rook goes to, I don't know, b2, and we get a position like this. The rook is now active, and you can go rook h1. No, this is going wrong for white. This is going seriously wrong for white. This is going seriously wrong. Seriously, seriously wrong. I can see white losing, effectively. Which would be a huge shame, because Legrand played a really, really beautiful game there. Okay, let's go back to still the game where anything can happen. Technically speaking, white is still winning this position here. In the game between Fernandez Fuentes and Orimi. But there's a big but, which is that it's not clear, it's not straightforward at all how to win this. He's got all the time in the world though. So it should be doable, and it's on Orimi now. You can see the video. Orimi is not happy at all. So we're lagging behind the broadcast, but Orimi looks concerned. Orimi looks concerned to me. But I don't know whether that's concerned because he's making a draw or whether that's concerned because he's actually going to lose. There have been some... No, there haven't been some moves, excuse me. We're still moveless. Which is frustrating. Still no moves. This is where having a sidekick really helps. I will say that there's been no other big upsets. We unfortunately haven't got some of the moves board from 16 onwards. The moves have kind of been cut out. So we've just full screened Orimi here. And you can see that they are playing moves. The issue is that the issue is that simply we can't get those moves, unfortunately. No moves. No moves. Should we finish it? Oh wait, there's... No, this is me, right? Yeah, it's just... Look, it's just... Everything is frozen. No moves for like... Yeah? All right. Well, this is what we're going to do. We're actually going to call it a day for today, as some transmission errors are making the broadcast slightly difficult. We will have everything up and running for tomorrow. There are always teething problems in the first round, as you may be well aware. However, what I will say is that I think that if you keep your eye on the results, I think there's still a good chance that Orimi does actually lose. And that would obviously be a huge shock and the big upset of the round. There was also a position in the game of Chanturia playing black against Makar, which looked very good for black. So there might be a couple of upsets. And on board one, again, we didn't get the moves for quite some time. But Lydorf was doing okay against Alexienko. We won't have these issues tomorrow, so join us for round 2 tomorrow. I'll let you know as to the results today and whether there were indeed those upsets. But in any case, I do appreciate you joining us for today. It's been a very interesting start to the festival. Tomorrow we'll be up and running in the normal way. And I look forward to seeing you all then. So come and join us tomorrow, same time. Thanks very much and have a good evening.